Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. My mic audio has been live this entire time, so hopefully you didn't mind me typing a lot and bumping around like a goofball. But hey, at least I didn't leak anything sensitive, like me complaining about my audience or something. Firefly Lie. I've read a murderer's stopwatch is never wrong, and to be honest, it fits. Murderer's stopwatch. Is that supposed to be like, oh, because they're always keeping a tight schedule? Because they've got to be places to kill people. I don't know. I'm not sure what the significance is of that. I'm still thinking. But, you know, I might be right about that. I don't know why. I don't think I've ever actually wanted this to be part of the UI, but I don't think I've actually ever used it, as a matter of fact. Whatever. Anyway, before we jump into working on the map's layout, I'm going to be working a little bit on the tile set. Listen, man, I know what you mean. It's pretty early. Now, thankfully, I have had my coffee. And I have many choices for my next bit of caffeine, so I think I'll be okay. I'll carry on through. Alright, where are my expanded tile sets? So, I don't know if I ever actually did dirt cliff edge. Is this what I think it is? Oh, okay. Right. Oh, wait. Okay, so the problem that I see is I don't think I actually set this up properly as far as that's concerned. I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Now, if I control, what was the hotkey for this? Control Alt? No, Control Shift. What is it? I'm so confused. I forgot the Photoshop hotkey. God damn it! I'm trying to turn it on that like infrared view where it turns the mask red, but for some reason it's not doing it here. I really don't think I've ever had this. It's an option. Selection edges will not be visible, by the way. So what the fuck? Turn mask red. I don't know what it's called. Red overlay on my mask. Here we go. Click on the layer mask and hit backslash? Dude, I've never used that particular method, but I guess that's alright. Okay. Alright, boys, we're in business. So, what I'm trying to figure out with all this, anyway, is, I select inverse, and then I apply this to the... So I apply this mask, I think, to the upper, right? Or no? How did I do this before? So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to move the mask data to these subtile folders. Basically, what I want the ability to do is I want to be able to recolor the top tile. Right? So I guess I should just look at what I used to do for the other tile sets, because I did this for ice. I assume it's snow cliff dirt. I can take a look at here. Right, so I had the snow cliff mask, which is this. And then in the upper folder, it looks like it's just the lower part of the mask. And for the lower folder, it's the upper part of the mask, as far as I can tell. Okay. So that's basically what I thought it would be. Oops. So this lower part should be masked out for the upper. Right? Oops. And okay. So now what I think I have the ability to do is sort this out independently, right? That's my assumption. So like if, for example, I just Control A and deleted this. Oh. Can I not delete the mask specifically? Oh, okay. Oh, wait, no, because I still need the mask to be applied there because of the other stuff. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. How does this even work then? I guess I'm masking out the north part. That's the only thing I can think of. Okay, so anyway, we need to figure out what we're going to be recoloring the high dirt into. That's a big deal. So if I take high dirt center and I come up with some fancy schmancy color replacement, it's very highly scientific and artistic with a lot of value. Trying to hunt down that last bit of color that I'm missing. I think I got it. Can't tell. No, still missing it, but whatever. So then we could just do something like... We want like a subtle hue to it. We obviously none of this color changing is subtle. But if we take like a subtle, maybe like a reddish tone, and we just desaturate it a lot. And we go ahead and apply the jungle palette to it. I should have saved that, but of course I did not. Yeah, I think that's not going to work anyway, though. So this is like a more yellowed version of the dirt. So maybe if we were to... just... like overexpose it in that way. I don't know if it would be visibly different enough. But we'll find out. So we'll say this is tileset HH dirt. Okay. All right, and this is where we do the tileset replacement. Apparently there are no yellow colors in here, so that's epic. Well, it's not really that much of a difference, I guess. So. Really, if I just had the ability to, I would make manifest an entirely new tile and do it that way. Yeah, there's a little bit of a set of ugly reds. We might be able to fix that manually later. Well, actually, I guess I can just try now. If I do something more along the lines of this. And you are dealing with that ugly ass brown as well. So maybe we'll leave it as it is for now, and we'll come back to that idea in the future. Because really all this stuff is going to be a placeholder anyway. I'm not super concerned about it not being as, you know, high quality as it ought to be or whatever. I mean, I am concerned in a way, but it's... what are you going to do? I thought I made a canvas for high dirt, but I guess not. So now I've got to do that as well. Just go ahead and go to tile setup. So we'll do this. We get to do our own little jigsaw puzzle, dude. Added benefit of what's it called? Having already removed the really noisy, ugly tiles that don't blend and look more like doodads. So that's pretty good. Oops. I was thinking of maybe just turning it into mud, honestly. But I don't know that that would really help. It would be interesting to look at, but I think mud has its own problems. Like, you have to make a mud tile that looks visibly distinct because of the height level that it's supposed to be at. I think I already have one of those, but I can't promise that it's any good visually. Alright, so this will be canvas, dirt. And then we can copy this into the upper tile. Oops. This is dirt. This will also give me a little bit of a head start on some of the other stuff. Specifically, oh yeah, I should probably drag this over here as well. It'll give me a nice head start on, oops, eventually having like a file that I could work with for stuff like higher jungle or whatever. Like if I wanted the upper terrain to be jungle, which I do, if I wanted like a placeholder version of that, you know, it's not so difficult to fix that one up, you know? So I'm going to do a first pass over here like this, and then obviously we are losing a lot of shading detail when I just mask it out like this, so we're going to create another layer on top that will sort of fix up the lost shading. And I don't think that we'll need to do much else after that. But just this process here is going to take some time, so strap yourselves in. Another thing we could do, I guess, if I didn't want to bother with the shading stuff, is I could just sort of remask in partially some of the lost details, which might end up being decent enough, because I've got to remember that this is all readability placeholder. right? So do something like this, just to get the distinct coloring down. Up top. I would say we still lose some pretty important details visually, which just tells me that I need to make it a little bit more aggressive, the remasking or whatever. But I'm not 100% sure if it's the best of ideas. We're going to see how it translates. So we are still losing some shading, but which means we need to create this like outer border area, I think. Once I build some sort of understanding of like how to keep it looking nice, I think things will be fine. What's up, Vic? Welcome. All right, so just like the last one, we'll do nice first pass. I don't know why the magnetism of that is so strong. Yeah. I guess nobody bothered testing that function. Why need testing in your $800 product? So I guess there's some Fraud Night games happening right now. Fraud Knight with a K. Anybody's interested in hopping in before the actual Fraud Night, feel free. Just a PSA for y'all. I don't know if they're still going on now, but I saw some organization attempts being made. So what's going on with you, Veek? How have things been? I heard you're having more free time lately. If so, I'm sure that's a good thing. I'm sure you're excited. I'm gonna have a lot more free time lately. Ah, woke up recently. Classic. It all makes sense. I'm trying to get back to my 6 a.m. schedule, man. It's harder than it seems if you haven't been doing it for a while. Now, the good thing about me, like, it seems like really painstaking for me to do all this the way that I am, I'm sure. But the really good thing is I can just copy and paste, like, this top layer to this layer, and I can copy and paste it down to, like, parts of the tiles can be copied into this section, you know, over here, so on and so forth. What's up, George? No, I'm painting new tiles entirely. I'm starting the process of painting, or of like, I'm basically remasking all of the high dirt stuff so that I can have stacked dirt on top of itself. I've already gotten a version with this in the game, but it doesn't look visually distinct from normal. What would you call it? Like standard high dirt. So I'll give you an example because I don't know if you've seen it or if you immediately know what I'm talking about. But like over here, for example, or like I'm trying to think if there's like an area where there's gameplay. So like back here behind this space is high dirt on top of high dirt, but visually it's the same tile. So it's hard to immediately think, oh, that's a different height level, and so there's like a gameplay implication there. So I want to make sure that the like visually speaking, you know that you're on another level. And that means that I've got to do some manual masking to before I just masked out the lower piece so that I could put a different tile below it. Now I have to mask out the upper piece as well so that I can add in different coloring and or different say like I want to throw jungle up there or whatever, like that would be one of those cases where I would need this kind of file. I'm not sure if I'm going to do the jungle one today. It would be really nice to have, but just to have like more tools at your disposal if you're trying to make a predominantly jungle map. I think that would be really cool. But you know, time will tell. It's a very long and probably not very exciting to watch process, but here we are. So I start out by doing like a quick pass throughout the entire set of tiles that corresponds to a single, like this is like a single north-facing cliff face. And so I do a quick pass of all these, where I find all the areas that I want to mask out and turn into the new tile. And I do a very, very rudimentary rough cut of that. And then I'll lower the opacity of the brush and come in and show parts of the original asset so that we, you know, preserve some aspect of the lighting and shading and stuff. And so that it's not quite so rough. Kind of smooth out those edges. Retain some of its original form. And yeah, pretty much just go from there. Cops are here to arrest you, not me. You. I've already been arrested too many times. If people didn't know that I say that I'm being arrested every single time the cops show up, they would think that I'm, well, I'm sure they already think I am a lunatic, but you get the idea. Alright, so I'm not sure if I'll be cutting out some more of that upper part, but for now, I just want to see how this looks. I'm using this this little red mask here to make it a little bit easier for me to see what's what. I'll probably have to make another copy for when I do the jungle one because grass will grow in different places in theory, so it's not as easy as just like copy and pasting the mask in that sense. If I want it to look half decent anyway. And I certainly do. I've got to do this a similar process to this for desert, but I think it'll be a bit easier for that tile set. So that doesn't happen again. Yeah, I think that's acceptable. Considering it's, again, a placeholder. Oh, we already did this one. Oh yeah, we only have 2 more to go because this one's also copy-pasted. The other good thing about this method is that even if I find out I'm not happy with the high dirt recolor that I've done, which is admittedly not very characteristic of the rest of the tile set, so I'm probably not going to be very happy with it. But like, say I have a better method at some point, I can just slap that in here instead of the one that I currently have, and the mask is still good for it. So that by itself is pretty nice. Nice bit of modularity. course, I have no idea how this is also going to look after the indexing has taken place. It's been a long while since I've focused on anything related to aesthetics, especially terrain aesthetics. Like, I was worried I didn't do that very heavily. Be a nice warm up for my hands. Dude, today when I woke up, my I think I was like just doing something like this, but on my shorts. I was just like casually bending them like that, and then I did it the other way where I did the bend like this. Fucking I was like, "Holy shit." It's important to stretch. Don't forget that. This might be a fallacious assumption, but I think it'll be easier to do the south-facing cliffs. I guess it depends on how ambitious I get. If I decide I want to also color in like the main south-facing areas, might be tricky. The crow-pilled are coming out of the woodwork for some of those videos, man. Let me tell you. The SCLP vid. People are waking up sheeple, you know what I mean? Pretty funny to me. All right, I think we're looking pretty good over here. Just add a little bit of shading here, or restore a little bit of shading, I should say. Oh, it was Alt-Shift to do the selection before it. No wonder I couldn't figure it out. Oh. Excuse me. Suppose I should leave a mental note for myself to fix up the... What was it? The fucking raised jungle stuff. I made a mental note earlier to do that yesterday, but obviously I had to go to work. Didn't get very far with it. I think it was yesterday when I looked at that. Might have just been a while ago. Generically speaking. All right. Hey. Oh, shit, homie. I just realized I actually have not made those corrections yet to this this one. Hold on. All right, so I'm going to have to keep track of this. So really these are supposed to be... Yeah, okay. So, what's supposed to happen here is we're supposed to get... yeah, okay. That makes sense. So, this is fucked right here. Blizzard fucked this up. Because if you look at up top, it's the right outer corner piece, but it's the wrong north-facing cliff. It's using the top of this, the second one, but it's supposed to be the fourth one. So we fixed that pretty easily. We just copy and paste this. First, we'll copy and paste the mask, and then we'll actually go into the layer here. And I'm actually not sure how to copy and paste into a layer. So maybe normal mode, current layer. I don't know if it would be feasible to just... Yeah, I don't know about that one. So we might have to do some jank-ass Photoshop stuff here where we copy and paste this, we move it down, and we copy the... Well, it would have to be like a group. And we would move that there. And then we could just do this. Maybe? And then I can just refix the lower masking later. This one's also fucked up. It's supposed to be this one. So we'll just fix that up. Okay. Okay, so we're good there. Nice, very nice. I'm not sure if there are any other issues. I think DF reported another issue at some point, but I don't remember what it would have been. Because we have the right cliff side there. I guess I'll just go down the fucking gamut here. So we know that this one's correct, this one's correct. This one's fine. This one has been corrected. Has been corrected, has been corrected. Okay. I don't think there's anything else. DF did point out one at some point, but I don't know if I ever found it. Raised Jungle is going to be a little bit more confusing at first because I'm not as familiar with it, but should be possible to just get rid of the silliness there. Hey. I don't think there is another one of these anywhere, so we're safe there. Nice. This stuff over here is going to be a little messy. I'm not exactly sure how I intend to do that one. All right, just a couple more. Looks like we can just select this one. All right, we're good here. Just one more, and voila, the north-facing suite should be taken care of. Though I will probably be updating the bits of south-facing cliffs there. I saw some issues. Yeah, so I think for the upper here, I have made some sort of error. What the fuck? Alright, well. Iquor is having some difficulty messing around with the images extender. But we're getting there. Or he's getting there. I haven't done too much. Oh, I should probably check that. Whoa! Was not expecting that one. Jack Carroll. That is a good question, man. Right now, I'm just working on some tiles. What are you up to? Some of these are a little bit challenging insofar as they don't really give you a whole lot of room to work with, so... maybe it's alright, but... bit more room to work with over here, at least. Alright, progress. I don't think I'm lucky enough to say that I can copy and paste any of this stuff. Maybe this one right here, which is what, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5 with 7. Maybe I could do something like that, but I don't know. Is it just me or am I missing some tiles? I think I might have missed a few. How did I miss them? Oh boy. Alright, so how am I going to repair this nonsense? So I need an additional 96. Well, I fucked something up somewhere. Oh. Wait, what? Why does it look like there's a bunch of nested shit in here? Oh, that's why. No wonder I was so confused. So there's like this extra bit. Okay. Almost done with the repairs here. A dune save me. Yeah, exactly. I know what you meant. I wonder why. We thought it was going to be so easy, but turns out not quite. Could you imagine if we have all this trepidation about it, and then it's like, oh, actually, you just do this. Oh, okay. Hello, the Harper Rad. Welcome. I recognize you from the comments section. Glad you're enjoying the content. Oops. Okay, nice. I have not worked on desert today, but this is some good prep work because it's reminding me of the workflow of like what all that's going to entail. I did realize partway through assembling this file here that I actually have omitted a few tiles. So. Forgot about that. D-matrix still needs to be implemented. Did I format it correctly is the question. Yeah, I did. All right. I think the magical is kind of a neat unit because of the fact that the bullet behavior is what gets modified, and it's like in that case it's a weapon switch, but I still think it's kind of neat. I'm actually looking forward to seeing how that unit morphs the Terran composition. Generally speaking, I really think it's like a very positional unit. I actually didn't ship any of this SMH. I'm gonna have to do so much individual map repair later. Yeah, that might be a good idea, yeah. I could definitely see that working out. Honestly, I think I actually played Toddborn yesterday to remind myself about how the MOBA mechanics were working out. And it's very clear that the Void implementation is like super rushed because it was. I think we did it in like a week or something. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. But I think that it's actually really like it's got a surprising amount of potential for what is in essence just oh, that's a nice bug from Ripcord. Um, it's a really nice amount of potential from what was basically like a scrap cobble, like quickly slapped together project. The idea that you have like a MOBA, but there's also like macro AI, like RTS AI happening while you're playing a MOBA. Instead of it being just like spawning minions that mindlessly attack, it's like, no, these things can actually kill you if you're not careful. And you also got to be on watch for enemy MOBA players. The problem is, I don't think we could implement an AI system to control the MOBA characters. So there would have to be some sort of correction system for like the number of human players or the number of MOBA players, really, because we're only allowing human players to be MOBA players. It's like if there's more MOBA players on one team, then there has to be like more AI strength on the other or something like that. But I was thinking of like a 3v3 version of that where you can play up with up to 6 human players and then there's a one AI on either team. Could definitely be neat. I don't know exactly how easily it would be implemented, but it's one of those things where we would definitely benefit from having more players in the game. Well, we could make an AI-like system, but it's just something that definitely requires a lot of effort, right? All right, so I guess we'll just go ahead and say this is inner fix, and we need. I guess I should just rip them from the tile set. So it looks like we might need. So we slap one on each side, and then we have 4. So I think we can fit it. Well, so if you're interested in helping out once again, I mean, I know it was a lot of work before. I really appreciate you helping out last time. But if you're still down to continue working on that, I think we'll probably consist. I'll take a look at it. My gut feeling is we should just keep building off of the same game state. But I'm not 100% sure about that for a couple of reasons. So for one, I don't know what the state of the extenders will be. Like if we can actually merge Hydra and Toddborn in terms of game data, we probably should. For one, it will allow for some pretty meme things later on, like having adding those races to Fraud Knights or whatever. But for another, I think it would allow us to keep things relatively consistent. Like we would keep all of the GPTP changes and A's changes in the same plugin for multiple projects. I honestly think we should do the same thing for Overlord. I mean, I know that's probably a lot of work as well. If possible, I think we should do that. Just because it allows us to like consolidate all of our efforts. I don't know how you feel about that. But other than that, there's definitely some other things that go down with that decision making. So there's a couple of things that I'm thinking about with regards to that, and regardless, even if we end up keeping things separate as they are right now, and we don't merge plugins or game state environments or whatever, I think it's still something that's reasonable to assemble and take a look at in the later stages, because I think I've it's been a long while since I've really looked at the project, and I don't know how much of the design decisions that are there are something that I agree with. We definitely also need like reads and stuff. And I need to make I don't think I did this, but I need to make a Toddborn references file that keeps track of all of, similar to the Hydra references and the full toilet references I did for my full toilet map most recently in February. So there's going to need to be a huge amount of organization that happens at the beginning of that project's development, regardless of what we decide to do. So at that point, I think when we cross that bridge, I'll decide if I want to radically alter stuff. Yeah. I really like the idea of like just merging all of these races, right? I don't know if it'll be really like the concern I have is that obviously the races are not balanced. It's not even necessary. Like Hydra races aren't necessarily balanced with each other either. Like Hydra Zerg, Hydra Protoss, Hydra Terran aren't necessarily balanced with just in Hydra. So I definitely think that it's a lot of overhead to try to merge that with that sort of thing. So I'm not 100% sure. Like I'm not. Ahmed's Adventure is all about, yeah. Ahmed's Adventure has some really weird shit in it though. Like it's supposed to be like a single player project where there's a billion races. I was probably going to ship a different mod depending on what was going on because of all the limitations. Like the Tal'Darim were in there. The Taudarim. There's Dark Templar Doobie Hunters. Fucking smoke weed, brother. There's all sorts of like whack ass stuff in there. There's StarCraft 2 Dominions. I wouldn't mind exploring those ideas. Really, it depends on how many, like how unlimited units are. Like, do you think we'll be able to have 2 byte unit entries, or is it going to be limited by something? I guess we don't really know until we start working on it, but obviously if it's only 1 byte, it's not going to be that easy to get much done with it. Oh, they are? Why are they limited by 200 and whatever? They're already a 2 byte entry? So, like, we can already have up to, in theory, 65535 or whatever? I guess the answer is always Blizzard being stupid, but you know what I mean. Why? It might be. I know it sounds crazy to say it might be with a number that big, but I don't know. It'll definitely be way fucking better than it was before. Man, can you imagine we'll actually be able to port all of the... I mean, like a bigger concern, I guess, is like orders, if you make use of a lot of custom orders. I'm wondering why... Oh. That's probably why that was happening. Oh. I think I know why that's the case. Oh, for sure. When we have our own game engine and stuff like that, like, we're gonna be so blessed, man. We're gonna feel epic. Like, what? You mean I don't have to, you know, do all this stupid shit just to add a unit? You mean I just push add unit button and it works? Unlike Starcraft 2? That's crazy. I'm wondering why... Oh, probably because of this. I'm wondering why there's no tile over there. My initial instinct was... Oh. Oh, wait. What am I doing here? That's why. Okay. Fix that. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That would be nice. How you doing anyway, Kian? Things going well? I'm confused as to where my pencil has gone. I guess I'll just relaunch Photoshop. I know, right? At some point, we'll have that ourselves. To what has happened? It's like my brush turned into a feather or something instead of what it used to be. But I don't know why. I don't know why I lost my pixel reticle. I hope the Command and Conquer group will be able to do something. Because they got source access. A very enviable position for them. Hey, guess what? I'm pretty sure I have to do another expansion. I don't know why it's like this. It really triggers me. Yeah, here we are, boys. I mean, that stuff doesn't matter. Oh, as a matter of fact, I should probably just outright get rid of all of this extra shit. Right here. I don't think any of that's necessary. I mean, I guess if you really wanted to have distinct, like a couple variants of each kind of tile, but that's about the only reason why I can imagine you would want to do that. Like, there's not really a reason to jump all over the place for this sort of thing. However, we are missing some stuff. Pretty big way. I don't think so. Because they're just trying to make bots that play the game, right? I have not. I think I've seen it before. And it's just like absurd nonsense. Yeah. It seems pretty broken in theory. This is some seriously hilarious stuff right here. Forgot about that. Hold on. Maybe I can grab a better version. Is there no difference? Classic. Well, I think kiting as groups is better anyway. I mean, obviously, in theory, it's better if you can individually select all of your units, but... I guess I should just do it the more reasonable way. Okay. Yeah, it's not something you can automate, I imagine. Hey, my reticle's back. Wow, check a look at that. Check a look at that, by the way. Would you just check a look at it? All right. We got that. I guess I shouldn't have copy and pasted all that stuff. I didn't really do the final pass yet. Big dummy. Whatever. Doesn't take that much effort to do that, so not a whole lot of loss. I will say that the second or the more recent pass that I've done on most of these makes it look a lot better than the original. The transitions feel a lot more natural. So, still placeholders, but pretty decent quality placeholders and qualitative improvement over the previous placeholders. So, Most important stuff is definitely the southern parts, because those are where the graphics are expected to meet, obviously, so. I'll make sure that those are on point. Looks good so far. Okay. So I think we're good there. Though I will admit I don't really like the, not much of a fan of how this turned out. Looks a little too blurry and muddy and all that. Like the depth is all off or something. Okay. So we're good there. I'm not actually sure. Okay. We'll leave it at the way that it is for now. I'm not 100% sure about that one. Just move this stuff up. I should probably do that in preparation. Really? I gotta say, I'm quite surprised to hear that. Interesting. So that's okay, basic enough. Right, so we have like a couple different setups here, it looks like. So we'll say inner south 2. Right. So I'm just gonna set these up first before I do anything crazy. Okay. So we moved those up successfully. And what we need to do now is slap together some more space. So we need 96 again. We're gonna need to move most of this stuff. Say down by 1. And I'll fill in the tiles a little bit later. Well, I guess I can do that right now, actually. All right. Yeah, I don't want to think about that either. I'm sure we'll figure something out. I mean, it can't be an insurmountable problem. We definitely need to move those down. But maybe I moved the others down too much. Oh, I know what's up here. I moved this down twice. That's the problem. So we should be good now. Except I'm not 100% done yet because this needs to be cut out anyway. Oh wait, do we already have tiles for those? I feel like yeah, everything here is a duplicate. Okay, that's fine. So what we can do then is we can just move this back up. And then I can crop out the 64 gap at the bottom. That will be created as a result of this. All right, so we should be good now. Oh yeah, and I can remove these entirely over here too. Yeah, okay. So it's actually a 128 gap now because we cut out all that stuff. Nice. What's up, Alexander? Yeah, I can't imagine you copy pasting code from Burning Ground either. What a mess. All right, so check this out. We're actually going to automate this process because we've already gotten high quality versions of those masks taken care of. So we'll just be slapping this over here. Must have skipped that one by accident. Right, so now pop up here. And if I'm right about this, this should fix that up quite nicely. Yep. Check that out. Okay, so now we just need to do the same thing for over here. Should be relatively simple. Oh yeah, were you guys playing Z1 again? I appreciate you doing the recordings. It's definitely worthwhile for me to review. Nice. Oh, maybe I should have borrowed the... Well, that's not really that big of a deal. Just do that. And it's fine. Trying to think of what is... Oh yeah, there's still those ones. Okay. One more to do and we're good for that section. We've successfully repaired the giant fucking gap in certain tiles. I can't believe I just like forgot about all of those. Must have been sleeping at the wheel. Oh, yeah, I should probably copy and paste that up there. Was it easier or more difficult with a real human ally? Foco's not really that much of a slouch when it comes to playing usually, so I figure you guys probably had an easy time. Oh, nice. Yeah, so it's not like a more nefarious and unknown crash then. We have some knowledge of what it actually is. Or potentially how to resolve it. Alright, nice. So... the only issue at this point is... well, it's not really that big of an issue. I think I can just copy and paste stuff like this. And... okay, so now we're looking good. Nice. What language is Starcraft compiled in? It's probably written in C++, but we don't have access to the source code. We have to take the assembly dump of the program and translate it into another language. Now, we do have a program that's an IDA that can sort of automate the translation process. It at least translates it into C code, like C language. But we then have to translate that C code into something else, like Rust or C++, in order for it to work with our plugins that we have. $39 Marines, or 39 Marine kills. Well, it obviously isn't intentional if the AI is giving up. So I don't know why you would preface your bug report with that. I'm not sure about what that is, but like there's nothing in the code that mandates that it has an expansion, so it's not like it would be waiting for an expansion and then breaking because it doesn't have one. What's more likely is that they scale up to the point where they can't save up enough money to expand in the first place. I'm not really sure how to fix that per se. But I could take a look at the conditions for its expansion logic and see if there's something obvious broken there. It's probably, oops, probably why there's a problem there. Do I still have stat.txt? Probably not. Hey, Icor, do you know what the shield regeneration rate is? Is it 140% or 125%? Because documentation in the NGS doc says 125. According to Fagudo. Document. That's reasonable. No, he's talking about he was playing in Z01 and he harassed the Protoss's attempt to expand and they shut down. Yeah, temporal batteries. I was looking for documentation on where the I guess it's not in recharge shields. It would probably be an update unit state for it. Update unit state, temporal batteries. U. U equals U. You know what I mean? So it goes from 7 to 10? I don't know what percentage that is. Or yeah, it's 140. So the dock is out of is the one that's incorrect then. So that's 362 for the icon. I'm gonna check the upgrades file here if I can find it. And then we'll go ahead and add those. Oh, I should have opened this. Oh. Bonk. Well, I mean, the only thing they wait for is whether or not the can expand var is set, and it's set when they finish the build. So at some point in the later stages of the game, he definitely should have tried it again. He probably did and just didn't have the money, if I had to guess. The wait resources thing is supposed to help with that, because if we go to expran town, you'll see that the Nexus request priority is 90, which is above everything else, including upgrade requests and stuff. The only thing I can think of is maybe it needs to be higher to weed out those edge cases. Not sure about that one, though. I suppose one of the things that could be tripping it up is that maybe it's just like this wait upgrade def thing here. If we find that block, like if they have enough money to expand, they immediately do it anyway. But otherwise, they'll wait for them to not be under attack before creating the request, or if they're under attack for longer than 15 seconds, they pass through it anyway because they don't want to get griefed by sitting there doing nothing for longer than that. So yeah, there's seemingly no issues with like on paper, I don't see any way where it would be stuck with the inability to throw down an Nexus, right? I mean, especially if he was still building attack forces, no matter how small, he was still spending money on units. So the only thing I can think of is that maybe I should just replace all calls for build 1 Nexus 90 with build 1 Nexus 110, and we can see how that works out. That's pretty much the only thing I can think of, though. Maybe I'll also drop the same thing here for command centers. And for only for the expansion hatcheries, because I don't want that to interfere with anything else either. Well, I guess there's only one case where it would be 90 anyway, so we can say 1 hatchery 10. So, oops, the fuck? Slightly increase request priority of expansion towns centers. And Well, the issue is like, so what I could do anyway for what you're saying is, oh, let me go back to pexpand. So like maybe in should probably do something like wait expand, or wait expand check, I guess, which is something like and then we would say var ex wait under attack 013. What we do 4360. So all the same shit here, but then before we wait for it to be under attack, we could have a oh, I don't know. The thing is, I don't really know exactly how to set this up in a way, because like I can't actually get the ID of the main town. It needs to be arbitrary because we can't prescribe town IDs. So I don't know how to check. Okay, so my main concern with this approach is it will also occur in cases where the AI has like 3 mining bases and only one of them has 2 mineral fields. Like if the main town is mined out, this will always occur if I do this approach. So maybe this should be a one-time thing anyway. And I don't mind throwing it in there. The issue is it's not like I can't control for like making sure that the AI has no bases that are mined out, or like saying only do this if all mining bases are low on money. I guess I could use the mining count system for that, because that does get checked. So if we go down here, it's hold on. Yeah, mining count. Yeah, add and sub. So that's in the main. So we don't actually do that for the expansion, so I'll have to add that. So we'll say exp worker. And then we'll say var add one. We'll say exp worker start. Var add one, or add count 113. Sub mining count 13. Okay. So if mining count is set to 0, or maybe if mining count is set to 1, always do it. So like if you have minimum 1 mining base, that might work. So then if we come back up here, it would be var at m 1 or mining 1 blank turn 13. So maybe that'll work out. And then we just need to make sure that we do it this way. Well, there's also a bunch of other cases where this might not really work out that well anyway. But you know, time will tell anyway. EXP worker. Where is the low call? Okay. Var add one or start var sub mining count 113. Okay. Let me just find. Okay, well, hopefully this works out. So we'll say AI slightly increased priority of expansion town centers. Add new system to prioritize expanding. Do you think that Nexus could be more useful and have some other minor mechanic? It's a bit boring compared to the other two races. Its mechanic is that probes mine faster than every other worker. That's its mechanic. It's already in there. What do you mean? That's really in the game. Yeah. So if you look, so the mining rate is such that for like, so if an SCV gets 60 minerals, drones get like 61 or something like that, and then probes get 62 and a half. So obviously extrapolate that out across. It's not really that the workers mine faster or that the workers move faster. Is that the town centers are at different sizes. The collision radius or collision boxes are different sizes. So Terran is the slowest, Zerg is second best, and Protoss is best. The numbers might be wrong as far as like 62 and a half or whatever. I'm just like trying to remember that stuff, but yeah, I mean, it's on Wikipedia. Mining rate. Wikipedia. I just looked at this earlier. Mining. I don't know. I'll have to look for it. Yeah, here it is. Oh, so for 65 minerals, drones will get 67, probes will get 68. It's because the Nexus itself is larger, so it offers more immediate resource gain. I mean, this is obviously just tested in this angle, so with different angles it may be different. But if you look at, like you extrapolate this out, obviously, generally speaking, it means there's a reason why Protoss are able to stand on one base for a long time. The reason why I even researched this was that I was watching one of Muta's dozen streams in the last couple days, and somebody had mentioned that the workers drones mine faster than probes or something, which obviously is not even like no worker mines faster, but returning faster. That's not even true because Protoss return the fastest. So in that sense, it was like, oh, okay, well, I don't believe that. I'm pretty sure they all mine at the same rate. I checked their speeds; they all move at the same rate. So I was like doing some more research onto this, and this is when I stumbled upon that. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, I also thought that Terran would be the best based on that, but it's some like weird combo of flingy shit. Because the hatchery is the smallest, so you wouldn't think that the hatchery would be bigger or better in terms of that, like would offer something better, but it does. Pretty epic. So, but people were saying like, oh yeah, you don't need as many drones because they mine faster, and then I was like, no, you don't need as many drones because you get most of the value out of your units with micro, and because your units tend to be cheaper, you just put a one-time payment down of a drone into a tech structure. I mean, there's obviously a lot more going on to it than just that, but to say that it's because the workers are mining faster, I mean, in ZBT, yes, but it's also not really that much of a difference. It is still pretty crazy to think it's like 100, like a 3% difference for drones over SCVs, a 5% over probes and SCVs, or a 2% over drones. Like that, if that's like if that's a stable amount with regards to all angles, if that's just the default amount for all of it, it's pretty crazy to think about that. Pretty nuts to think that that's like just how it is and how the game has always been, and yet the game is still balanced. Like that's how you know it was a mistake. That's how you know it was not intentional. There's no way that somebody decided we're gonna have different mining rates and that's going to help offset stuff. I mean, I think in a perfect world the mining rates would be very consistent to the point where it's like no percentage, or it's like a 0.01% or something. You know what I mean? Like it would have to be very, very stable. Like, in an ideal world, you wouldn't be putting accidental or purposeful gimmicks on mining rates between, or having inconsistencies like that. I don't think that's reasonable. But the fact that it exists, all right, well, Starcraft just keeps on teaching you lessons about how absurdly it's programmed or assembled. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So I'm going to take a quick break. I got to use the bathroom, get some more water. And when I return, I will be going back to my lovely quest to assemble some high dirt. So stay tuned for that. I have returned. What do you meant about the town hall structures? That every race but Protoss has some more value out of having more of them, apart from mining? Right. Yeah, I guess really the only argument you can lay out in favor of Protoss having more Nexuses are that they provide more supply, right? I think that's about it. So... I can definitely sympathize with what you're saying there. I think it's weird because they get one more supply per Nexus, and that's pretty much it. So it is a little odd. But I'm not sure what kind of mechanic I would add to the Nexus. There's nothing that's really intrinsic to Protoss structures. So, yeah, I don't know how that would work out. Oh boy. Got an email from Conrad, whoever that guy is. Are you a Dragoon? Oh, I could put upgrades into the Nexus, but I feel like, well, for one, that's what the Zerg do. For another, like, what would you even do there? The thing is, like, having an upgrade on the Nexus doesn't really add something to its character. Like, when you're adding on to a command center, you're stopping yourself from being able to add... you're stopping yourself from being able to add continue to build SCVs. Honestly, I don't know. Like, why don't we just make it so that Nexuses provide power alongside pylons? If we're looking for a low impact thing, then that does morph some stuff. I mean, if you want to build a gateway right at the beginning of the game, or a forge right at the beginning of the game, instead of having to build a pylon, you could, if you had this change. So it would morph some things, and it would be a sufficient thing. I mean, it would also serve as a pylon power field for things like temporal batteries and power flux that are based around the idea that structure is supposed to be like powered by multiple power fields. Instead of it just be like, you don't even need it to be a conversion, I don't think. Like, I think you just, that's a default behavior of Nexuses. Well, I mean, the thing is, you can build a pylon before the Nexus even finishes, so I'm not 100% sure about that one. Like, maybe if I also wanted to add a bit more power budget or something like that, flexibility to the Nexus, I could also reduce its build time compared to the other town centers. I actually don't know what the other town center stuff looks like in that respect. So if I go to unit stat and I check out, because I thought hatcheries built faster, but I could be wrong. So hatcheries have a 70 build time. Command centers have a 75. So I could drop their build time a little bit if I wanted to, which would leave Terrans with the most time-consuming one. Building a second town hall makes all farms provide one more supply. Well, my concern with that is it definitely exponentially increases for sure. You're talking about even the first Nexus. Well, so without your first Nexus, pylons would provide 7, is my understanding. And with your second Nexus, they start to provide 9. Because with your first nexus, they provide 8. I don't mind it in theory, but I am worried that... It definitely will be. It'll be huge. Because think about how many pylons you normally build as Protoss. Well, okay, so maybe it's not that big of a deal because it means that you'll build less pylons, generally speaking, and that means there will be a reason for it, right? Because you're talking about, like, I have 3 bases, so my pylons provide 10 supply each. So you go from saying, I've got 8 pylons, that gives me 64, but with 3 nexuses, that gives me 80, right? So that's a difference of 16. That's a pretty big, because that's 2 pylons worth of money right there in that one interaction. All right, Iquare, thanks for working so hard at it. Appreciate it. It'll be really nice once it's all done. I don't think it'll be worth it to build nexuses in your main, unless your main is like one of those weird mains where you actually do get benefits from it, like throwing it down. But I think that for one, them providing power is a good change, just from default. I definitely want to go with that. The idea that DF had, I think it could work. My initial concern with the idea, conceptually speaking, is players are going to build so many pylons and then they're just going to balloon up in supply. But players naturally will build less supply if they don't need it. Protoss are a little bit different because they build these structures for the sake of power and build space. But I don't think that means that... Like, I still think you're going to see less pylon combos, like just bunches of pylons slapped together for the sake of providing more power. And I think that it can help alleviate some of the issues that come with the Protoss army costing so much supply. And it could be like the first step towards ways for the races, for players to improve their supply counts on a more global environment. So I actually do like the idea a lot. So yeah, I think we should try it and see where it goes. What's up, Veek? We're just talking about ideas for improving nexuses, of all things. I waited for Chasmal colonies. Really? The paladin? Because of its, it walks over like small objects and stuff? Yeah, the snowballing potential is a real deal, but I think the fact that when a player loses a nexus, it now means a lot more with these changes in mind. Because they could potentially get supply blocked without losing a single pylon if they just lose a nexus. So I think there's a balancing act there. Like I said, we won't really know until we give it a shot. Alright. I was looking to document what buttons and stuff that I fixed. We said relocators, reinforced scarabs, temporal batteries. Oh. Okay. What do I think about what new approach? I don't want it to be a linear upgrade because I think that's boring. And if I'm going to use a linear upgrade, it would be for something like Terran, where it's more, their race can afford to be more boring. So I've slapped those changes into the doc, obviously classed as not yet implemented. I guess I'll go ahead and throw the Nexus stuff here into the Hydra channel so people can take a look at it who are not part of this conversation immediately. Yeah, no kidding. Well, yeah, I was asking about what you were talking about when you said new approach. Like, were you talking about something about pylons and nexuses, or are you talking like what we were just talking about, or? It does mean that when you kill a nexus, it's gonna feel real good. You'll be like sending these guys back to the fucking Bronze Age with their supply. All right. Let's redo all this. I keep meaning to throw on music, but then I keep getting distracted by exciting balance talk. Oh, new approaches about image extender. You're gonna merge framework of image extender with Farty Bird and Grunt approach. Yeah, as long as we're still able to use new tools and the new approach of like handling this stuff, I think we'll be all right. And of course, as long as the backend results in performant code. So here's hoping. Like my number one concern beyond usability, like whether or not we can even use this stuff in our projects, assuming we have usability, my number one concern is always performance. So if you think everything will be kosher there, I got no problem. What's up, M? Very close to the best letter in the alphabet. How you doing? Oh, I can't say that's the best letter. There's always you. Yeah, I was explaining it all. I don't think you'll lose the game, but you can't, like, if you don't plan very well and you allow this sort of thing to. So I guess the concern is that it might reward really like lazy play and then just pull the rug out from under people if they don't have sufficient pylons to back it up, right? So like Nexuses now are really, really high priority targets. Might result in, since they can't fly away and they're more expensive, like you were arguing, Veek, it might make sense actually to make it so that they're tankier. I'm not sure, but I'm interested for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing the changes. As people develop like a metagame to play around that too. One of the things that I think I like about it though is that it sort of resolves an issue with Protoss where they're constantly building pylons just because their race has a bunch of heavy supply units, right? It's not really, I don't like, again, calling it or classing it as an issue might be a little bit misleading, but. Oh, okay, I fixed it. There you go. I sure hope you're not another one of those no free will accounts. Some people are just too equipped with the simulation. Comes across as quite suspicious. Yeah, the problem is probably going to be either an add-on for depots or an upgrade for them or something. The issue is if I make it so that you, like, an add-on is risky because obviously it's got its own set of problems. Takes up build space, so on and so forth. But yeah, I was sort of thinking more along the lines of a brand new structure in the late game to deal with that, but I also don't know about that approach either. Man. Why is this guy gotta stalk me all the time? Yet another guy that I've got to fucking delete. Get some help, dude. Seriously, get some help. It's not fucking healthy for you to keep doing this. In fact, you should get some stacked help. Like your stacked size storms. What a guy. Upgrade for each depot. Yeah, like the thing is, I don't want to add another mechanic like that. I think adding more stuff that's like completely unique, especially if it's unique to a single unit, is the wrong approach for something like this. So I'm not really 100% sure how I'm going to handle that stuff. Time will tell. No, I don't think decreasing depot size is the answer either. I mean, like many of these options are potential answers, but time will tell what ends up being the best. I really don't know about this one. This is like a harder one for me to look at. That looks good, I guess. I don't think changing the balance of the base unit is the approach because the game is already in a decent spot as it is. The issue is scaling, right? Scaling up to meet the new scale demands of Hydra. That's the problem. More so than anything else. Like I think we agree in that. It's like it's not like the default issue is with a regular scale, right? It's not that you wouldn't have to touch this at all. But given that we're not using regular scale, that's where the problem arises probably more than anything. Oh, I'm gonna have to make another set for when these are stacked on top of each other. I guess that can be its own PSD probably. So I think we'll probably end up... I do like the idea of whatever... The idea of like slapping a structure that enhances supply provided down. So Terrans are already going to have a mechanic like this with the quarry, which is going to be an add-on to the command center. So I was kind of thinking maybe we would have utility add-ons come back for the science facility as well. So maybe the quarry ends up being... Like, the quarry being an add-on for the command center makes sense. But maybe it's also an add-on to the science facility. And maybe you can also... Well... Okay, so it's a little bit different. But I think what will happen is... And this is a different idea entirely. But I think there's going to be a structure that isn't a command center... Probably can't lift off, but can build command center add-ons, and also will act as a resource drop-off point, but won't be able to build SCVs either. Like, you know what I'm getting at? It's like an outpost style structure. So maybe it would have Comsat, Nuke Silo, Quarry, and then the other add-on. Like there would be a fourth add-on for the command center and for this new structure. and it would be used as a way to set up forward bases or as a way to set up like quarries or like additional quarries stacked in the same area without having to build another command center. I guess the issue that I have with an idea conceptually like that is it does sap at the worth of building independent, like just straight up new command centers, right? The idea is that the structure would be smaller, it would be a bit more nimble in that sense. Now, the alternative approach that I can do to this is I can put all of the command center add-ons on the science facility, and then when I rebalance the cost for the science facility, where it costs less minerals, obviously, than a command center will, but it'll also cost much more gas. It'll cost like 400 gas or something. Like, it's a steep price to pay, but it's also what gives you access to tier 3 tech. So if you want to maintain access to tier 3 tech, maybe you build an extra science facility just for security. Maybe you also throw down a quarry or one of these supply depot add-ons or whatever, and improve that based on there. Like, I don't know if that would realistically be a strong approach, but I think that there's some value in exploring the idea of like another structure that can build the command center add-ons. It's just that it has, like, there's still reasons to build more command centers because you get more SCV production, or you get maybe some add-ons are unique to the command center, and so all you get are the utility add-ons, the quarry and the supply depot, but you don't get nuke silo and comsat. I do kind of like the idea of this structure being used for the sake of building more nuke silos, though, and potentially more comsats as well. Like, I like that idea. I just don't know if it overlaps too much and then makes it less appealing, significantly less appealing to build additional command centers. An actual new structure that offers more supply but is just more expensive, takes more time, has more HP. So that was the face value, like, first thing that came to my mind, yeah. Terran power extension cord, basically. But I think instead, I like the idea that Alexander came up with the add-on that boosts supply generation in an area. But maybe that would be the basic function of this structure. So instead of creating a new add-on for this purpose, this outpost structure for the Terrans would provide, like, it would be a resource drop-off point. It would be able to build add-ons. It would be a like it would be all sorts of different things, I feel like. So then it's like, okay, it's default behavior. Why you get it in the first place is like this structure specifically also enhances supply generation from command centers and from depots. I think maybe that could work as like a new structure idea. So instead of it being an add-on, it's a new structure, but it also has the capacity for building command center add-ons. Just can't land or lift off. Oops. Listen, man, you seem an awful lot like a mentally ill stalker that I have had the misfortune of coming into contact with. Now, if I'm mistaken, and you're not the same mentally ill stalker I'm thinking you are, my apologies. But anytime somebody starts becoming very quickly aware of simulation things, makes me very leery. Follows the same pattern. Considering the increased scale of everything, I think you should consider their version of those abilities. Oh, toss of recall Zerg of Nidus Canal turns of nothing like that. Destroyed. Well, it's okay. Every now and then you join somebody, you're like, oh, I kind of like this guy's content. And then you start talking to him and he just bans you. Just happens sometimes, you know. Happens to the best of us. Well, sorry about that mix-up, man. Welcome back. I don't know how to unban your old account, though, so I'll have to look into that. Eddie Bravo style. Hey, I wonder if the manage moderators setting still breaks. Oh, it doesn't. Wait, is your account meow? Oh. Yeah, I think it is. Same white picture. Some of the people on my fucking list. Holy moly. Alright. Epic. You're allowed back in, Mr. Meow. I think that Terrans being able to move around is a good idea. Not only with the increased scale, but I think just in general, it's weird that Terrans don't have some sort of instantaneous transport. That being said, I don't know if it's required for it to be instantaneous. Like, I had the idea of just giving them a higher tier transport around tier 4. So, like, dropship to me is basically tier 2, right? It's a starport and an add-on. And starport is now unlocked by Armory. And Armory itself is tier 1. So I kind of consider the dropship is tier 2. And you can get some upgrades on it. And the upgrades will probably also affect the other transport. It won't be as meme level as the Starcraft 2's Hercules. But I think a new transport would probably be better for something like that. I feel like it fits more in with their identity. Maybe this new transport would also be able to pick up sieged tanks. And that would offset the fact that Terrans seem to lack instant transport. It's like, okay, well, maybe you shouldn't get instant transport if you can also pick up your tanks while they're in siege mode. But that's its own whole other can of worms where, like, now you've got to see, you know, is this a reasonable thing to do? I don't know. But it would definitely have more transport space, which is something that the other races, even with the shuttle upgrade that gives it more transport space, even with that, you're not going to get nearly as... Like, we're talking, like, ability to fit 3 tanks into it or something like that, if it wanted to. Or 1 sieged tank and an unsieged tank. Yeah, that's literally an upgrade that's already been implemented. Don't meow me. Yeah, the teleportation field idea is really funny. I think that would be like a meme. Like, the Hydra meme edition would be like every race has, like, stupid stuff. But I don't really want to put effort into that. It's a lot of effort to put all this shit together. What was I looking at? Come on, man. Give me a blank string. Here we go. 1122. Yeah. Oh, yeah, just put Death March on the dropship. Why wouldn't the Terrans put a cannon or gun externally on the dropship? It's probably like hand waved away as like, oh, if we do that, then the dropship has to move slower. So just escort it instead. There's a lot of things that might logically make sense in real battle or whatever, like what you're talking about, that maybe, for one, don't make sense. Well, the most thing that I give a shit about is just, does it make sense balance-wise and gameplay-wise and, like, identity-wise? Like, does this fit with the race? I wouldn't mind. Maybe the new structure, or the new transport, rather, might actually have an armament. I wouldn't necessarily mind that. The idea that it can try to fend off maybe specifically air units. Like, maybe it's an anti-air unit. The problem is, if you're, conceptually speaking, if you're building a transport unit, and that transport unit's primary function is to transport other units, giving it a weapon usually is like feature creep or overloading its power budget, because the weapon is rarely significant enough that it will actually make a difference, right? So, like, unless I have like a fleet of these transports, in which case they probably have a bunch of units loaded in them, and that's their main objective, they're probably not going to be able to fend off like large numbers of enemy air units, or enemy units generally speaking, regardless of what class of unit the weapon can target. So if you consider it that way, it's like, okay, now this weapon that I've added doesn't really do that much. And since it doesn't really do that much, like, it's kind of go big or go home, like, in terms of my design philosophy. Like, everything should serve a specific purpose within the faction's identity. And so if it's like a half-baked thing where it sort of helps, but it's not really a hugely impactful, then I start to question why it's there at all. That's one of the reasons why, like, for example, ghosts have a very weak attack in most cases in the vanilla game. Now, had I not restructured a lot of the units around so that, for example, wraiths are now small size in Hydra, so ghosts can actually snipe wraiths out of the sky really easily. Like, they're actually really useful against wraiths in that sense. They're obviously useful against mutas. Had the ghost not been situationally more useful with its attack, I would have considered removing its attack and making it more like a High Templar, where its focus is on the core, the spells or whatever that it's using, the abilities that it's using, because that's more about, you know, again, go big or go home. Like, this is actually impactful. This has a use. This will give back to me. I'll be able to get up like my money back, or my money's worth out of this unit. The transport seems like, if it has a weapon, like, you're never going to build the transport to attack. You're building the transport to transport units, right? So there's not really much of a value in adding an attack to the transport unless you're making the transport a combat unit that coincidentally can transport units as well. And so it muddies the waters a lot with the unit identity. I think that's probably the biggest argument against putting a weapon on transports from a gameplay perspective. From a lore perspective or whatever, I mean, we're dealing with Marines that are using like depleted uranium shells or whatever. They're using projectiles. They've got a fucking fire bat. Like, a fire bat. They've got a unit that walks up to other units in melee range and shoots fire in fucking space in like the year 2500 or something. Like, clearly sense making is out of the window. I'm not really worried about like being immersive in the sense that it's scientifically accurate or logical from a military perspective when it comes to the tech itself. I'll try to do so with my additions, but based on the track record of what I'm working within, I'm not really that worried about it. So that's not as much of a problem to me. Okay, so that'll be that. One thing that's riskier is increasing speed and the price of depleting HP, like tearing buildings. Yeah. So like, if the unit's only useful to troll, or if that function of the unit is only useful to BM or whatever, like it's not as compelling for me to add it to the game. So I feel like there's already a number of units like the Devourer or the Queen or whatever that don't really justify a lot of their existence in the vanilla game. I wouldn't want to add stuff to that. I think I've justified their existence a lot better in Hydra, or at least we're on the path to doing that. But time will tell. Yeah, I mean, even the instant transport of Zerg is very different to that of Protoss. Like, Protoss is super late into their tech tree right now. Obviously, it'll only be like halfway through and when Hydra's stuff is implemented fully. Yeah, we would create a disease, or we would use nanorobots or something like that. It's just, it's not nearly as compelling to watch that kind of action instead of just, you know, having a fucking space hick with Metzin's voice yell at you. Because he's not sure that you know what you're doing. What do you? Well, Alexander, we were talking about putting a weapon on a transport. Like, if the idea is if you spam the transport to troll your enemy, it's not really that useful. Because like that goes back to a completely different conversation we were having. I don't know if maybe that's exactly what you were responding to, and I just misinterpreted your message. But you'll never take me alive, coppers. I already did that one. Of course, man. No. Control M. What are you talking about as Zerg? You need to do all that? The fuck? That looks like something I'm gonna have to fix later. Is that a... What? Oh. Dude, that was confusing. Oh, I guess I should just come back up here and do it all from scratch again. I thought I was going to work on the layout for Terran 01 today, but it's already 1. Just been smashing this out the entire time. See ya in 2.5 hours, bro. Yeah, it's Saturday. We do it twice a week now. Yeah, I think that's the only one there. Why wouldn't the Zerg create 1,000 Kerrigans? There we go. Yeah, true. This is like an overlay of the mask, basically. So it's just the subtile right now is green. Like I can change that to any color I want. Obviously, by default, there's only dirt versions of this tile. Like it goes from dirt to high dirt. In the well, you may if you've never looked in the editor, you may not know the names of the tiles, but that's basically what it is. So, like what I'm trying to do with this is get the cliff set up such that I have a nice file that I can come back to anytime I need to make changes and add like a new tile type. So, for example, if I wanted to have instead of it only blending with, if I go into the editor and I can show you what I mean. I don't know what was just going on there. That's really weird. Normally it doesn't do that. Okay, so if I pop into this map. So you see how like you've got this cliff here? Well, this is the default cliff, but if I want it to be placed up here instead, I can't do that in the normal editor or with the normal tiles. I've got to make them and then put them into the game. So the same is true for like, if for some crazy reason I wanted dirt to be on top of the structure, or dirt to be on top of the asphalt, or dirt to be on top of, like, say, jungle, or mud, or anything like that. I would have to make the tiles. So that's what I'm doing right now. What I've been doing for a while. But I think I'm, I don't know if I'm even going to be done today. But I'm glad that I did it because it's been a long time coming. I've already had some versions of this, but they were never very good. So like they were placeholder at best, if you know what I mean. A little rough to look at. Whereas these are a bit more, not quite one-to-one in quality, but a little bit closer to looking like they were actually part of the game to begin with, which is the bar of quality I'm trying to go for. And as you can imagine, it's quite a large amount of work to get this set up for all of the different tile sets. But eventually we'll have all of them having all this stuff, so... So now that with that off, I can now see how it would look like. I can switch to different jungle types, different subtiles. Right now I only have like these ones in here so far. But oh, check this out. So this gives me a nice idea of like what might be still missing from all of these. Lets me preview it before I do anything crazy. Alright, yeah, I think that was the only one that needed sort of treatment. Yeah, it looks fine up here. Yeah, basically. I mean, they didn't even make the bare minimum to make their campaign very well either. Like, if you look at these ramps right here, this was made by one of the guys in the chat, Dark and Fantasies. He made a bunch of north-facing ramps for all of the tile sets, or at least most of them so far, with plans to make more for everything else. We didn't even have stuff like that. Like, we didn't even have extended ones. He also made it wider. The default one looks like this. So if you were to stick with just what the game offers you, you'd be stuck with a ramp of that size if you wanted to go up to structure. There was nothing that was like this. And there was nothing like this either. So if you wanted to make it so that the ramp extended out so that you could enter from the north, you would have to pull the whole cliff out and then put a south-facing ramp on like the cliff in the bottom. So it constricts level design very heavily. It also constricts art design, and obviously makes it so that some entire tile sets, are basically unusable for maps that are like supposed to be large scale, because they didn't give you anything like that. Like DF also made this asphalt ramp. Like, we couldn't make it so that roads could go up onto cliffs and stuff. There's not even high asphalt by default. There's only low asphalt. So you couldn't have asphalt and structure on top of high dirt, like the higher level of a cliff. Like, it's been so long that I've had all of these assets for a long time, like all the custom ramps and stuff for a long time. So I've actually kind of forgotten how restrictive it was to work within the regular limitations. But the idea that that's all that they gave you is pretty crazy. It's I just look at it like a giant missed opportunity for them to support more than, I mean, support better levels than what they made, but also to support people to make other levels in the future. Would have been nice. Without us having to dig into Photoshop and learn all of these other skills that are... I mean, I'm glad that I learned the skills, but it's a little silly to look at it and say, oh yeah, of course you should expect to have to learn how to use Photoshop and edit all this stuff just for the sake of adding some new tiles to the game. Like, why aren't those tiles there to begin with? Why isn't there a better process for adding these tiles? So many questions you start asking. So the StarCraft 2 editor is more... Well, I don't know about adding new graphics. I think... Like, you can definitely add new graphics and stuff, like new tile graphics or whatever in StarCraft 2, but the engine itself, I'm pretty sure, screws those up. I don't think it's as bad as Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 has those giant seams in every texture, and I think that's a bug with the engine that they never bothered to fix, where there's just like giant lines within the textures while you're trying to paint them. And I don't think importing new textures that don't have any issues has that, like, yields a fix for that problem. I don't think it fixes that. But the StarCraft 2 editor itself is really, well, as Veek points out, it's very laggy. It's not what Blizzard used to make their own content. So in the case of StarCraft 1, they shipped Star Edit, and they had probably like very small changes between the public release build of Star Edit and the one that they built the campaign maps in. Obviously, the campaign maps are very simple, but now we're using a different editor anyway, so it doesn't really matter as much. But at the very least, they released this relatively similar, like within spitting distance to the tool that they've used for their own content. In StarCraft 2, I'm pretty sure most of the developers handled a lot of stuff with XML and some other editor. So they used like a completely different set of tools, or at least significantly different tools than what they ended up releasing to the public in order to make their own content. And I think that disconnect really hurt any chance that the custom content community had to take off in there. I mean, not to also speak of the fact that they wanted it to all be always online and all this other stuff. So really, StarCraft 2 fell apart for a lot of other things. Like, you don't have nearly as many engine limitations to immediately contend with in the data section or anything like that as in Brood War, where we've had to basically extend the data arrays in a very complicated programmatical process. But with StarCraft 2, your engine limitations come in the form of insane lag both in the editor and in-game, such that if you wanted to make something like Hydra, where there's AI that actually play the game, you would be limited to 1v1s, and even 1v1s would be laggy with a single enemy computer. And also the amount of work you would have to do to get an actual computer to work, assuming you were doing it from scratch with nobody, well, people helping you, but nobody just handing you an AI framework, because the default AI in StarCraft 2 doesn't work. So you'd have to make your own. That process alone took people years. And at the end, they were like, well, I can't reclaim performance. I literally can't even play this at a really decent, like, it's not like I'm trying to play it on a potato computer either. Like, they're trying to play it at a pretty high level in terms of hardware. Still doesn't yield more than like 10 FPS in combat or something. So we're talking about really, really poor performance. So I think in StarCraft 2, the issues are much more fundamental to the performance of the engine and a bunch of other stuff, as opposed to worrying as much about like, oh, are you limited with art? Are you limited with like you have a lot more creative freedom, I think, in StarCraft 2 map design as far as aesthetics go. But the game itself doesn't lend to an environment where you can actually use them. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't. The excuse, well, there probably is no excuse, but if they had to manufacture one, I'm assuming it would just be that they were lazy. I mean, I don't know what else you would say. So how much more work do I even have to do here? I think it's just the, oh, I've got to mask these out. And then we're good, maybe? These ones are going to be a little tricky to do, but I should be able to do them. Yeah, lazy, exactly. That's their excuse. So after I do these inner corners, I'll do the outer corners. And I guess then it actually will be done. Just have to plug it into the editor. It'd be nice if I could take a screenshot of the new tiles, or some of the new tiles that were made with this process, and use that as the thumbnail for this stream. Be like, here's what I made. But we'll see if we get there. It's getting on in the hours. Another thing we face in StarCraft, generally speaking, is like we have a lot of adversity from our tools. Like only recently did Veek, who's also in the chat, start working on, like within the last couple of months, I think, he started working on fixing up some of the modding tools. But before that, we were literally dealing with like tools that would just crash if you imported the wrong file or tried to export the wrong file, or like all sorts of issues. And there's still a lot of issues outside of that, like the map editor that I was just poking around to demonstrate stuff about cliffs and stuff and ramps. That map editor also has a lot of intrinsic issues that we can't get fixed because the map editor itself is not open source. Like at least the modding tools that Veek was editing were open source. The guy who made them wanted to make sure that other people could carry the flag and keep everything going after he stopped working on it, which is very rare in the community, surprisingly. But we're very grateful that he at least did that. But the map editor is still being actively maintained. It's just that people are like the guy who's working on the map editor is adding stuff that we as modders don't really care about. It's mostly for like mappers and people who are sticking with the remaster of the game, which we're not interested in because it doesn't allow for the same, nearly the same level of modding. So because like the community's sort of, well, it's not really a singular monolithic entity of a community, but because what communities there are split with their interests, whenever you have a tool that's still, that's not open source, but still could be useful, like that's the worst kind of situation, because we could make our own fork off of the existing version and then just like, all right, here's our, here's our changes for modders, and they've got their changes over there for people who want to make just maps with some triggers or whatever. Like that's on them. We're going to make our own stuff. Like just being able to access that code base for our own stuff, even if we ended up making a completely different version, and like it would be no overhead on the developer who's currently working on it. Like no overhead on his part, but I'm not really sure why he's so tight-lipped about source access. But might also be like a personality conflict or something. I don't know. That one really does blow, though. Like, if we could just magically have access to that stuff, that would be epic. I mean, I say that too, but really, if we could magically have access to the game's source code, that would also be nice. It sometimes keeps old cutscenes in a cache backup, and gameplays old bugged cutscenes. Cutscene editor is also far from being unusable. Yeah, I remember you had some pretty epic animations. I wish Blizzard cared more about that sort of thing. You know, it really is a shame that they just don't care at all. But they're not like held to any standard, so it's not really a surprise. You know what I mean? Like, nobody sits there and says, "Hey, Blizzard, you need to do better." If anything, people just are like, "It's okay, Blizzard. I'll still give you money." And this is like even after all the China stuff too. So, you know, like they're pretty secure. I think. I don't. The only reason why they would ever go out of money now is because they keep spending too much of it on stupid shit. But I don't even think they're doing that anymore. So. Pensive clown emoji. Yeah, that high dirt tile definitely needs to be changed over, but at least it's something for a preview. So after I do all of these, right, I've got to do... Well, I really only have to do... Yeah, I only have to do 3 sets. Or these might be the same. On up top here. So it's like 2.5. Yeah. And then I just mirror them for that one. But even after that, I've just got to do the tops of the outer corners because the inner corners will be done. And then I've got to figure out how I'm going to mask out the tops of the thin cliffs. That's going to be its own experiment. Fanboyism is quite the helmet, yeah. You're goddamn right. Thinking more on that that outpost idea that I had for, well, it was like building off of everybody else's. Well, I got to say, as an aside, a lot of big appreciation of people in the chat who just sit here and they're like, you know, I perceive this to be kind of be a potential problem or an area where you could add something interesting to the game. And now I'm going to start spitballing ideas and just giving you some thoughts about like what I think might be able to be useful. Like that actually ends up being a super useful thought process for me as far as like trying to come up with, you know, good ideas or even any ideas just to work off of and riff off of. Like that kind of like sounding board thing. I really do think that that's been a big advantage of the development process of Hydra, where I'm able to like tap into everybody else's ideas in essence. And we're all able to talk about stuff like that. It's pretty epic, man. But I do think that it's the outpost idea definitely warrants some exploration. I'm gonna think about how big it should be, how much resources it should cost, and all that. I've definitely been starting to think, you know, conceptualize more about build space as a resource unto itself. It is a resource, really, but it's also like a map-specific one. Like technically, other resources are also map-specific, like how much, how many minerals are in your main, and so on and so forth. But Yeah, there you go. Can you believe people actually write like triggers copyright? I'm sure I've seen the all ideas disclaimer too, but I can't remember. Unique concepts or what? I've definitely seen like intellectual copyright or whatever. What a mess. Man, I wonder if maybe the tablet idea that I had a while back to potentially invest in would save my fucking wrist from all of these precise mouse movements. Man, that can be not really painful, but I can feel the muscles tightening up. I always wondered how the triggers were on performance. And you know, it's funny that you say it's the most reasonable thing because I can guarantee you pretty much that a lot of the maps, a lot of the behaviors of the game are done through triggers. I can pretty much guarantee that much. Like that's like unit behaviors and stuff. I'm pretty sure they're done through triggers in that game. Might explain some things. Yeah. Especially being able to interact with that stuff with like read and write that stuff with AI. Like actually the extended triggers should probably be able to tap into those variables that we can currently only interact with AI scripts. Should probably be able to tack into those as well, or tap into those rather, and interact with that system. I think that would be really useful. Dog. How do you feel about dogs, Iquare? Do you have any dogs? You know, I know basically nothing about you as as like a person besides that you like artist Yosef, and like I don't really know that much about you on a personal level. Oh, I also know about your how your name came to you in a dream or something. So you chose the name Iquare because of that. I know that much. It seems like you usually keep to yourself. Not to put you on the spot here. Wait, was it this year that you had your computer troubles, or was it last year? I'm trying to remember when your PC was no longer working, and we were like exchanging A's files. Was that last year into this year, or I really don't remember. I hope next time you have a crazy dream like that that impacts your Starcraft custom content life. It also gives you the source code. That would be pretty nice. All right, we're finally done with that. Not with that attitude, they don't. Yeah, I know. That Hexray's discovery really sped everything up, I feel like, no? Can you imagine losing motivation because you lost all your motivation in your dream? That's really funny. Holy moly. Fuck this, man. I did this in my sleep. I ain't doing it again. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Psychotic stuff, huh? Psychotic, you say? Man, I could be here all day long fucking finding all these small little bits that I want to fix up. Probably one of the reasons why every time I do something like this, I'm like, all right, and I'm never touching that file again. One and done. Well, I could definitely understand that, yeah. I wonder if I've ever had that happen where I've had a dream epiphany. For some reason I'm right there with you on that one. I haven't dreamt that, but it always I mean, lately I'm getting better at it anyway because I would always do it regardless. But at least it's not as much of an annoyance anymore. But it would always feel to me like, why am I even bothering? Like it's just annoying for whatever reason. It's like I can't believe I have to spend time doing this when I could be doing something else. But it's like a really I guess juvenile thought anyway. It's like whatever. I used to have the same issue convincing myself to brush my teeth, believe it or not. Right, I would always do it, but it would always be so annoying. And now it's just habitual. Well, one thing that will be challenging is adapting old code into the new system, because presumably because it's more than just translating it. We also have to like change it on a structural level, and I'm sure it'll be a lot simpler in many respects. I'm sure it will be a net positive though once we learn the new system. I've reached a point where no matter how annoying it may be at any given time to change a large part of my design pipeline, I recognize the importance of doing so. If you say you've got a system and it's going to be better because of X, Y, and Z, and I buy in, I'm all in. Oh yeah, by the end of this coming week, iQuare, I'll have the hook done for AI Rush, and you asked me for main menu hooks as well for Hydra, I think. I'll take a look at those and finish. I'll get all three of those hooks done in the near future. If you need me to do any other hooks, let me know. For Overlord or for Hydra features or extenders or anything. Yeah, so it'll be much more feature complete as a language, basically, is my understanding of it. We had some conversations about this a long time ago. So. Oh, check this out. I didn't see this before. Oh. Wait, I know what that is. Oh. I think for the lower, it actually does not matter. I think the lower should always be shown. No? Because the lower doesn't matter at all. I'm pretty sure. It's the upper that matters. So the lower doesn't even need a mask, really. I'll fix that up later. Yeah, so in order to change stuff like unit portraits or attack speeds, you have to go into modding instead of mapping. There's like some other stuff too, like there's EUDs, which is short for extended unit deaths, and if you couldn't tell by how annoyed my voice sounded due to the fact that I had to say those words, I don't put a lot of stock into those ideas. It's like a hacky workaround. It disables things like saving your game and using the set next scenario trigger, which is obviously if you're making a single player campaign or something, you need that trigger. So I don't view it as like a legitimate option, really, but. What am I still hunting around for? I need to pull these in again. And then I'm good on the north-facing stuff. And I just have to do the south-facing, or sorry, the thin cliffs. Also, if you only have a remastered installation, even when you end up deciding to go to modding, it's not really going to yield you nearly as many results as you could have were you to stick with the older version of the game. Which is unfortunate, but also symptomatic of Blizzard no longer supporting that stuff. Oh. Well, I pranked myself. I'm just gonna keep those over there. Actually, I'm gonna have to overwrite that, so let me grab this. Text files in the mod exe feel like one step closer to it being a bit easier to import stuff, but what about text files being added directly to a map? So that you don't have to relaunch the mod if all you're doing is changing an exe. Yeah, because if we add it to a map, then we get a lot more out of the experience, right? Like, we get the ability to... I lost my train of thought, unfortunately. But so it's mostly so that it's not something that we have to constantly restart every single time. Oh, I thought that was a bug, but it's actually meant to be there. It's not a bug, it's a rock. And everyone laughed. Hopefully I got all of the alignment on these correctly. No, nothing immediately standing out as fuck. It's going to need a little bit of a manual adjustment in some areas, but... Oh, actually, I know why it's like that. Ooh. That doesn't work either. Oh, that's alright. We'll just go to the source. Yeah, Rust being a dead-end language definitely makes me, I'm inclined to agree with Veek. But a better question for now, I think, is whether or not we'll even be using Starcraft at all. And so what, like, in the very far future? Like, I'm not sure what the game theory here is. Like, should we be assuming that we are only going to be sticking with StarCraft and therefore needing any plugin development at all for the game for how many months, years, so on and so forth? Like, I don't know what people are thinking about that, but we haven't really had a conversation about how long before we end up getting our own game taken care of, right? I haven't chosen Rust. Rust chose me. I am sorry for your loss. Oh, wait. Supposed to be the other way around. Yeah. Don't do that. Yeah, I don't know why Nave decided it would be a good idea to make the most important plugin Brood War's ever known on a language that hasn't even been explored. Just so happened to also be a dead fucking end. A dead end pumpkin experiment. Yeah, literally conducting pumpkin experiments. Okay. All right. I never ended up doing something for up here. Nice. So we're not completely out of the woods yet. We still have to correct some other junk here. Now I'm thinking that probably won't work, but I'm thinking we do something akin to what we've been doing anyway. Let me just go ahead and grab... Right. And then we jump to here. Oh, I guess we would jump to... Oh yeah, so I guess we'll need to first take these. And remove them. Are there any others? I guess not. That's like the one that doesn't have any other friends. Sad days. All right. And then we can do the same thing that we did over here. And that gives us the ability to do this. Hey, DF, that reminds me, if you're still hanging around, can you tell me what the third, because 3, jungle dirt cliff issue was? Because I don't remember what it was. Yeah. I mean, it's not really going to matter since all this stuff is going to be manually placed anyway, but I was just curious because I'm pretty sure there was a third one and I just couldn't remember what it actually was. Oh, right. I forgot all about these. Just out of curiosity. So yeah, I would definitely need some specific work. Oh, I never God damn it, I completely forgot about this. I never finished the south facing ones. It actually doesn't look that bad for a first like really rough cut for something like jungle. Definitely needs more work, but I am surprised that it's not immediately super ugly. Definitely needs a lot more work. That's not really what I was initially going for here anyway, but kind of neat. Well, I'm definitely not doing the rest of the south-facing cliffs for now. That's almost certain. But, you know. We did 2 out of 12, so. Go ahead and save that rest of that for tomorrow. Okay, I just wanted to make sure there was actually a third one. No, I'm not crazy. Well, we didn't really change. Like, it's gonna be a difficult mod stream to timestamp this time because we didn't really change all that fucking much here. But you know how it is. Managed to get a lot of work done on that PSD file, which is still something, but more than we had before I started and sat down and did this. So. Yeah, I know. It was literally like almost 5 hours. It's 4 hours 46 minutes. I took very very quick breaks to follow up with some bug reports. And that's about it. That's all I did. So it's pretty cool. Probably only take another hour or so to finish, but considering that hour would bring us within a half an hour of fraud night, and I need to like stretch my legs and all this other junk. I cannot afford to do that right now, but doesn't mean that I won't be finishing it up either tomorrow on stream or later on today, depending on what goes down. Yeah, wimp. Not even worthy of the welcome emoji. I might have a sickness because my logical brain didn't even put two and two together as to why I was putting on the Necron voice. You know, he's the guy who says welcome. So of course I would use the Necron voice, but I didn't know that. It was just a reflexive interaction where I immediately started talking in that voice because welcome. So my subconscious is a simulation. Oh boy. Let me just verify some of this stuff here. So we get some boral batteries. Velvet Forge. Go to the forge, it says. Oh, I think the thing I botched here was the boral. Okay. 140% shield regeneration. And then it doesn't light up, so I gotta fix that. Oh, I haven't added the new plugin, that's why. Where am I at? T for Tony. Fix that. Yeah, an involuntary action. Oh, still not doing it. Now it's time to take a look at the code. And the icon is definitely icon ID 362. That might have been why. Oh, maybe there was actually a syntax, like a compiler error here too. That could have been it too. Oh, I wonder why. Left the fucking thing open. Goofball. Hey, DF, I know you're probably busy doing 1,000 other things, but if at some point you could look into developing a central piece of terrain that would work as higher dirt, that would be really nice. There we go, lights up. Okay. And then I was also going to look at science vessel. Oh, crash. I wonder why the disabled string crashes. Science vessel. Maybe I didn't import the latest stat.txt. Yeah, it's still blank. That would probably be why. Like in my full toilet map, you mean? Let's try that again. Yep, peer review destruction. Nuclear silo. Now, what was it? If I had lose my science facility, this wasn't showing up? Yeah, so it just didn't have a requires string. Relocators on the Reaver. When you research relocators, it also showed up as reinforced scarabs or something. Alright, well here we have relocators. Okay, so that's fixed. If I do it the other way first. Alright, seems correct. Let me just take another look at the tooltip. Yeah, plus 25. So I should probably rewrite the tooltip anyway, because it's kind of clunky there, but... Lastly, we need to do some AI testing. Oops. Just gonna speed the game up a little bit here. Is that really flipped? I didn't even see that. Hold on. I'll take a look at that later, or maybe one of these players will build one, but I would imagine not. There was a version that I pushed at some point where Goliaths costed 1,100 minerals because I made a typo in unit stat. Glad I fixed that. I was wondering why the AI was barely building any. So AI do seem to be expanding. I don't see any issues there. In fact, it seems like all AI. Oh no, the Terrans haven't yet. They've created the town. They just haven't actually dropped it yet. As long as there's subsequent expansion attacks later on, it should be good. Yeah, so it seems. What a disaster. Wucker power. Hi. I do have another expansion going down. I don't see any significant issues, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and say things are going fine. I was also thinking that destroyed. I was thinking we should probably have some read for add-ons actually being built. What is this anyway? 117. I like how it has shields, but not on its edges. Nice. pretty crazy that it was flipped. It doesn't even look like it's at the same angle anyway. The wireframe appears to be a different angle. All right, so that's done. All right, so we're good to go. I'm going to go and stretch my legs, take a walk, get some food, prepare for fraud. That'll be in about an hour and 10 minutes. So if you're inclined to come join us for some games, be around the server around then. And that's all I'll say. Thanks everybody who hung out today. Thanks for crowdsourcing your ideas. Thanks for crow-sourcing your ideas. And I will catch y'all later. Bye.